hurt bad. Bosch had seen it before. The pest had a way of coming back up out of the ground, always right below your feet. Bosch took his notebook out of his pocket and opened it to a blank page. He wrote "Cool It" on it and handed the notebook to Edgar. "Jerry, why don't you take some notes? I think Mrs. Waters wants to cooperate with us." His speaking drew Christine Waters out of her blue reverie. She looked at Bosch. "What happened? Was it Sam?" "We don't know. That's why we're here. Arthur has been dead a long time. His remains were found just last week." She slowly brought one of her hands to her mouth in a fist. She lightly started bumping it against her lips. "How long?" "He had been buried for 20 years. It was a call from your daughter that helped us identify him." "Sheila." It was as if she had not spoken the name in so long she had to try it out to see if it still worked. "Mrs. Waters, Arthur disappeared in 1980. Did you know about that?" She shook her head. "I was gone. I left almost 10 years before that." "And you had no contact with your family at all?" "I thought—" She didn't finish. Bosch waited. "Mrs. Waters?" "I couldn't take them with me. I was young and couldn't handle the responsibility. I ran away, I admit that. I ran away. I thought that it would be best for them to not hear from me, to not even know about me." Bosch nodded in a way he hoped conveyed that he understood and agreed with her thinking at the time. It didn't matter that he did not. It didn't matter that his own mother had faced the same hardship of having a child too soon and under difficult circumstances, but had clung to and protected him with a fierceness that inspired his life. "You wrote them letters before you left? Your children, I mean." "How did you know that?" "Sheila told us." "What did you say in the letter to Arthur?" I just told him I loved him, and I'd always think about him, but I couldn't be with him. I can't really remember everything I said. Is it important?" Bosch shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. Your son had a letter with him. It might have been the one from you. It's deteriorated. You probably won't ever know. In the divorce petition you filed a few years after leaving home, you cited physical abuse as a cause of action. I need you to tell us about that. What was the physical abuse?" She shook her head again, this time in a dismissive way, as if the question was annoying or stupid. "What do you think? Sam liked to bat me around. He'd get drunk, and it was like walking on eggshells. Anything could set him off, the baby crying, Sheila talking too loud. And I was always the target." "He would hit you?" "Yes, he would hit me. He'd become a monster. It was one of the reasons I had to leave." "But you left the kids with the monster," Edgar said. This time she didn't react as if struck. She fixed her pale eyes on Edgar with a deathly look that made Edgar turn his indignant eyes away. She spoke very calmly to him. "Who are you to judge anyone? I had to survive, and I could not take them with me. If I had tried, none of us would have survived." "I'm sure they understood that," Edgar said. The woman stood up again. "I don't think I'm going to talk to you anymore. I'm sure you can find your way out." She headed toward the arched doorway at the far end of the room. "Mrs. Waters," Bosch said, "if you don't talk to us now, we will go get that court order." "Fine," she said without looking back. "Do it. I'll have one of my attorneys handle it. And it will become public record at the courthouse in town." It was a gamble, but Bosch thought it might stop her. He guessed that her life in Palm Springs was built squarely atop her secrets, and that she wouldn't want anybody going down into the basement. The social gossips might, like Edgar, have a hard time viewing her actions and motives the way she did. Deep inside, she had had a hard time herself. even after so many years.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Part 2 of City of Bones by Michael Connelly.
She stopped under the archway, composed herself, and came back to the couch. Looking at Bosch, she said, "I will only talk to you. I want him to leave." Bosch shook his head. "He's my partner. It's our case. He stays, Mrs. Waters." "I will still answer questions from you only." "Fine. Please, sit down." She did so, this time sitting on the side of the couch farthest from Edgar and closest to Bosch. "I know you want to help us find your son's killer. We'll try to be as fast as we can here." She nodded once. "Just tell us about your ex-husband." "The whole sordid story?" she asked rhetorically. "I'll give you the short version. I met him in an acting class. I was 18. He was 7 years older, but had already done some film work, and to top it off, was very, very handsome. You could say I quickly fell under his spell, and I was pregnant before I was 19. Bosch checked Edgar to see if he was writing any of this down. Edgar caught the look and started writing. "We got married, and Sheila was born. I didn't pursue a career. I have to admit I wasn't that dedicated. Acting just seemed like something to do at the time. I had the looks, but soon I found out every girl in Hollywood had the looks. I was happy to stay at home." "How did your husband do at it?" "At first, very well. He got a recurring role on 1st Infantry. Did you ever watch it?" Bosch nodded. It was a World War II television drama that ran in the mid to late 60s, until public sentiment over the Vietnam War and war in general led to declining ratings, and it was cancelled. The show followed an army platoon as it moved behind German lines each week. Bosch had liked the show as a kid and always tried to watch it, whether he was in a foster home or the youth hall. Sam was one of the Germans. His blunt hair and Aryan looks. He was on it the last 2 years, right up until I got pregnant with Arthur. She let some silence punctuate that. Then the show got cancelled because of that stupid war in Vietnam. It got cancelled and Sam had trouble finding work. He was typecast as this German. He really started drinking then. And hitting me. He'd spend his days going to casting calls and getting nothing. He'd then spend his nights drinking and being angry at me. "Why you?" "Because I was the one who had gotten pregnant. First with Sheila and then with Arthur. Neither was planned, and it all added up to too much pressure on him. He took it out on whoever was close." "He assaulted you?" "Assaulted?" It sounds so clinical. But yes, he assaulted me. Many times. "Did you ever see him strike the children?" It was the key question they had come to ask. Everything else was window dressing. "Not specifically," she said. "When I was carrying Arthur, he hit me once, in the stomach. It broke my water. I went into labor about 6 weeks before my due date. Arthur didn't even weigh 5 pounds when he was born." Bosch waited. She was talking in a way that hinted she would say more as long as he gave her the space. He looked out through the sliding door behind her at the golf course. There was a deep sand trap guarding a putting green. A man in a red shirt and plaid pants was in the trap, flailing with a club at an unseen ball. Sprays of sand were flying up out of the trap onto the green, but no ball. In the distance, 3 other golfers were getting out of 2 carts parked on the other side of the green. The lip of the sand trap shielded them from view of the man in the red shirt. As Bosch watched, the man checked up and down the fairway for witnesses, then reached down and grabbed his ball. He threw it up onto the green, giving it the nice arc of a perfectly hit shot. He then climbed out of the trap, holding his club with both hands still locked in their grip, a posture that suggested he had just hit the ball. Finally, Christine Waters began to talk again, and Bosch looked back at her. Arthur only weighed 5 pounds when he was born. He was small right up through that first year and very sickly. We never talked about it, but I think we both knew that what Sam had done had hurt that boy. He just wasn't right. Aside from that incident, when he struck you, you never saw him strike Arthur or Sheila? He might have spanked Sheila. I don't really remember. He never hit the children. I mean, he had me there to hit. Bosch nodded. The unspoken conclusion being that once she was gone, who knows who became the target. Bosch thought of the bones laid out on the autopsy table and all the injuries Dr. Gallagher had catalogued. Is Sam under arrest? Bosch looked at her. No, we're in the fact-finding stage here. The indication from your son's remains is that there is a history of chronic physical abuse. We're just trying to figure things out. And Sheila? Was she? We haven't specifically asked her. We will. Mrs. Waters, when you were struck by your husband, was it always with his hand? Sometimes he would hit me with things. A shoe once, I remember. He held me on the floor and hit me with it. And once he threw his briefcase at me. It hit me in the side. She shook her head. What? Nothing. Just that briefcase. He carried it with him to all his auditions, like he was so important and had so much going on. And all he ever had in it were a few headshots and a flask. Bitterness burned in her voice, even after so many years. Did you ever go to a hospital or an emergency room? Is there any physical record of the abuse? She shook her head. He never hurt me enough that I had to go. Except when I had Arthur, and then I lied. I said I fell and my water broke. You see, Detective, it wasn't something I wanted the world to know about. Bosch nodded. When you left, was that planned? Or did you just go? She didn't answer for a long moment as she watched the memory first on her inside screen. I wrote the letters to my children long before I left. I carried them in my purse and waited for the right time. On the night I left, I put them under their pillows and left with my purse and only the clothes I was wearing. And my car that my father had given us when we got married. That was it. I'd had enough. I told him we needed medicine for Arthur. He had been drinking. He told me to go out and get it. And you never went back? Never. About a year later, before I came out to the Springs, I drove by the house at night. Saw the lights on. I didn't stop. Bosch nodded. He couldn't think of anything else to ask. While the woman's memory of that early time in her life was good, what she was remembering wasn't going to help make a case against her ex-husband for a murder committed 10 years after she had last seen him. Maybe Bosch had known that all along, that she wouldn't be a vital part of the case. Maybe he had just wanted to take the measure of a woman who had abandoned her children, leaving them with a man she believed was a monster. What does she look like? Bosch was momentarily taken aback by her question. My daughter. She's blonde, like you. A little taller, heavier. No children, not married. When will Arthur be buried? I don't know. You would have to call the medical examiner's office, or you could probably check with Sheila to see if... He stopped. He couldn't get involved in mending the 30-year gaps in people's lives. I think we're finished here, Mrs. Waters. We appreciate your cooperation. Definitely, Edgar said, the sarcasm in his tone making its mark. You came all this way to ask so few questions. I think that's because you have so few answers, Edgar said. They walked to the door, and she followed a few paces behind. Outside, under the portico, Bosch looked back at the woman standing in the open doorway. They held each other's eyes for a moment. He tried to think of something to say, but he had nothing for her. She closed the door. Chapter 28. They pulled into the station lot shortly before 11. It had been a 16-hour day that had netted very little in terms of evidence that could carry a case toward prosecution. Still, Bosch was satisfied. They had the identification, and that was the center of the wheel. All things would come from that. Edgar said goodnight and went straight to his car without going inside the station. Bosch wanted to check with the watch sergeant to see if anything had come up with Johnny Stokes. He also wanted to check for messages and knew that if he hung around until 11, he might see Julia Brasher when she got off shift. He wanted to talk to her. The station was quiet. The midnight shift cops were up in roll call. The incoming and outgoing watch sergeants would be up there as well. Bosch went down the hallway to the detective bureau. The lights were out, which was in violation of an order from the office of the chief of police. The chief had mandated that the lights in Parker Center and every division station should never be off. His goal was to let the public know that the fight against crime never slept. The result was that the lights glowed brightly every night in empty police offices across the city. Bosch flicked on the row of lights over the homicide table and went to his spot. There were a number of pink phone message slips, and he looked through these, but all were from reporters or related to other cases he had pending. He tossed the reporters' messages in the trash can and put the others in his top drawer to follow up on the next day. There were 2 department dispatch envelopes waiting on the desk for him. The first contained Gallagher's report, and Bosch put it aside for reading later. He picked up the second envelope and saw it was from Sid. He realized he had forgotten to call Antoine Jesper about the skateboard. He was about to open the envelope when he noticed it had been dropped on top of a folded piece of paper on his calendar blotter. He unfolded it and read the short message. He knew it was from Julia, though she had not signed it. "Where are you, tough guy?" He had forgotten that he had told her to come by the squad room before she started her shift. He smiled at the note, but felt bad about forgetting. He also thought once more about Edgar's admonishment to be careful with the relationship. He refolded the page and put it in his drawer. He wondered how Julia would react to what he wanted to talk about. He was dead tired from the long hours, but didn't want to wait until the next day. The dispatch envelope from Sid contained a 1-page evidence analysis report from Jesper. Bosch read the report quickly. Jesper had confirmed that the board was made by Boneyard Boards Incorporated, a Huntington Beach manufacturer. The model was called a Boney board. The particular model at hand was made from February 1978 until June 1986, when design variations created a slight change in the board's nose. Before Bosch could get excited by the implications of a match between the board and the time frame of the case, he read the last paragraph of the report, which put any match in doubt. The trucks, wheel assemblies, are of a design first implemented by Boneyard in May 1984. The graphite wheels also indicate a later manufacture. Graphite wheels did not become commonplace in the industry until the mid-'80s. However, because trucks and wheels are interchangeable and often are traded out or replaced by boarders, it is impossible to determine the exact date of manufacture of the skateboard in evidence. Best estimate pending additional evidence is manufacture between February 1978 and June 1986. Bosch slid the report back into the dispatch envelope and dropped it on the desk. The report was inconclusive, but to Bosch the factors Jesper had outlined leaned toward the skateboard not having been Arthur Delacroix's. In his mind, the report tilted toward clearing rather than implicating Nicholas Trent in the boy's death. In the morning he would type up a report with his conclusions and give it to Lieutenant Billets to send up the chain to Deputy Chief Irving's office. As if to punctuate the end of this line of investigation, the sound of the back door to the station banging open echoed down the hallway. Several loud male voices followed, all heading out into the night. Roll call was over, and fresh troops were taking the field, their voices full of us versus them bravado. The police chief's wishes notwithstanding, Bosch flicked off the light and headed back down the hallway to the watch office. There were 2 sergeants in the small office. Lenkov was going off duty, while Renshaw was just starting her shift. They both registered surprise at Bosch's appearance so late at night, but then didn't ask him what he was doing in the station. "So," Bosch said, "anything on my guy, Johnny Stokes?" "Nothing yet," Lenkov said, "but we're looking. We're putting it out at all roll calls, and we've got the pictures in the cars now, so you'll let me know." "We'll let you know." Renshaw nodded her agreement. Bosch thought about asking if Julia Brasher had come in to end her shift yet, but thought better of it. He thanked them and stepped back into the hallway. The conversation had felt odd, like they couldn't wait for him to get out of there. He sensed it was because of the word getting around about him and Julia. Maybe they knew she was coming off of shift and wanted to avoid seeing them together. As supervisors, they would then be witnesses to what was an infraction of department policy. As minor and rarely enforced as the rule was, things would be better all the way around if they didn't see the infraction and then have to look the other way. Bosch walked out the back door and into the parking lot. He had no idea whether Julia was in the station locker room, still out on patrol, or had come and gone already. Mid-shifts were fluid. You didn't come in until the watch sergeant sent your replacement out. He found her car in the parking lot and knew he hadn't missed her. He walked back toward the station to sit down on the Code 7 bench, but when he got to it, Julia was already sitting there. Her hair was slightly wet from the locker room shower. She wore faded blue jeans and a long-sleeved pullover with a high neck. "I heard you were in the house," she said. "I checked and saw the light out and thought maybe I'd missed you." "Just don't tell the chief about the lights." She smiled, and Bosch sat down next to her. He wanted to touch her, but didn't. "Or us," he said. She nodded. "Yeah. A lot of people know, don't they?" "Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about that. Can you get a drink?" "Sure." "Let's walk over to the Cat and Fiddle. I'm tired of driving today." Rather than walk through the station together and out the front door, they took the long way through the parking lot and around the station. They walked 2 blocks up to Sunset and then another 2 down to the pub. Along the way, Bosch apologized for missing her in the squad room before her shift and explained he had driven to Palm Springs. She was very quiet as they walked, mostly just nodding her head at his explanations. They didn't talk about the issue at hand until they reached the pub and slid into one of the booths by the fireplace. They both ordered pints of Guinness, and then Julia folded her arms on the table and fixed Bosch with a hard stare. "Okay, Harry, I've got my drink coming. You can give it to me. But I have to warn you, if you're going to say you want to just be friends, well, I already have enough friends." Bosch couldn't help but break into a broad smile. He loved her boldness, her directness. He started shaking his head. "Nah, I don't want to be your friend, Julia. Not at all." He reached across the table and squeezed her forearm. Instinctively, he glanced around the pub to make sure no one from the cop shop had wandered over for an after-shift drink. He didn't recognize anyone, and looked back at Julia. "What I want is to be with you, just like we've been." "Good. So do I. But we have to be careful. You haven't been around the department long enough. I have, and I know how things get around, and so it's my fault. We should have never left your car in the station lot that first night." "Oh, fuck 'em if they can't take a joke." "No, it's—" He waited while the barmaid put their beers down on little paper coasters with the Guinness seal on them. "It's not like that, Julia," he said when they were alone again. "If we're going to keep going, we need to be more careful. We have to go underground." No more meeting at the bench, no more notes, no more anything like that. We can't even go here anymore because cops come here. We have to be totally underground. We meet outside the division, we talk outside the division. You make it sound like we're a couple of spies or something. Bosch picked up his glass, clicked it off hers, and drank deeply from it. It tasted so good after such a long day. He immediately had to stifle a yawn, which Julia caught and repeated. Spies? That's not too far off. You forget I've been in this department more than 25 years. You're just a boot, a baby. I've got more enemies inside the wire than you've got arrests under your belt. Some of these people would take any opportunity to put me down if they could. It sounds like I'm just worrying about myself here, but the thing is, if they need to go after a rookie to get to me, they'll do it in a heartbeat. I mean that. A heartbeat. She turtled her head down and looked both ways. Okay, Harry. I mean, Secret Agent 0045. Bosch smiled and shook his head. Yeah. You think it's all a joke. Wait until you get your first IAD jacket. Then you'll see the light. Come on, I don't think it's a joke. I'm just having fun. They both drank from their beers, and Bosch leaned back and tried to relax. The heat from the fireplace felt good. The walk over had been brisk. He looked at Julia, and she was smiling like she knew a secret about him. What? Nothing. You just get so worked up. I'm trying to protect you, that's all. I'm plus 25, so it doesn't matter as much to me. What does that mean? I've heard people say that, plus 25, like they're untouchable or something. Bosch shook his head. Nobody's untouchable. But after you hit 25 years in, you top out on the pension scale. So it doesn't matter if you quit at 25 years or 35 years, you get the same pension. So plus 25 means you have some fuck you room. You don't like what they're doing to you? You can always pull the pin and say, have a nice day. Because you're not in it for the check and the bennies anymore. The waitress came back to the table and put down a basket of popcorn. Julia let some time go by and then leaned across the table, her chin almost over the mouth of her pint. Then, what are you in it for? Bosch shrugged his shoulders and looked down at his glass. The job, I guess. Nothing big, nothing heroic. Just the chance to maybe make things right every now and then in a fucked-up world. He used his thumb to draw patterns on the frosted glass. He continued speaking without taking his eyes off the glass. This case, for example. What about it? If we can just figure it out and put it together, we can maybe make up a little bit for what happened to that kid. I don't know. I think it might mean something really small to the world. He thought about the skull Gallagher had held up to him that morning. A murder victim buried in tar for 9,000 years. A city of bones, and all of them waiting to come up out of the ground. For what? Maybe nobody cares anymore. I don't know, he said. Maybe it doesn't mean anything in the long run. Suicide terrorists hit New York and 6,000 people are dead before they've finished their first cup of coffee. What does one little set of bones buried in the past matter? She smiled sweetly and shook her head. Don't go existential on me, Harry. The important thing is that it means something to you. And if it means something to you, then it is important to do what you can. No matter what happens in the world, there will always be the need for heroes. I hope someday I get a chance to be one. Maybe. He nodded and kept his eyes from hers. He played some more with his glass. Do you remember that commercial that used to be on TV where there's this old lady who's on the ground or something and she says, I've fallen and I can't get up, and everybody used to make fun of it? I remember. They sell T-shirts that say that on Venice Beach. Yeah, well, sometimes I feel like that. I mean, plus 25. You can't go the distance without screwing up from time to time. You fall down, Julia, and sometimes you feel like you can't get up." He nodded to himself. "But then you get lucky, and a case comes along and you say to yourself, this is the one. You just feel it. This is the one I can get back up with. It's called redemption, Harry. What's that song say? Everybody wants a shot at it?" Something like that. Yeah. And maybe this case is your shot? Yeah. I think it is. I hope so. Then here's to redemption. She picked up her glass for a toast. "Hold fast," he said. She banged it off his. Some of her beer sloshed into his almost empty glass. "Sorry. I need to practice that." "It's okay. I needed a refill." He raised his glass and drained it. He put it back down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "So, are you coming home with me tonight?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, not with you." He frowned and started to wonder if his directness had offended her. "I'm following you home tonight," she said. "Remember? Can't leave the car at the division. Everything's got to be top secret, hush-hush, eyes only from now on." He smiled. The beer and her smile were like magic on him. "You got me there." "I hope in more ways than one." Chapter 29. Bosch came in late to the meeting in Lieutenant Billet's office. Edgar was already there, a rarity, as well as Medina from Media Relations. Billets pointed him to a seat with a pencil she was holding, then picked up her phone and punched in a number. "This is Lieutenant Billets," she said when her call was answered. "You can tell Chief Irving that we are all here now and ready to begin." Bosch looked at Edgar and raised his eyebrows. The deputy chief was still keeping his hand directly in the case. Billets hung up and said, "He's going to call back, and I'll put him on the speaker." "To listen or to tell?" Bosch asked. "Who knows?" "While we're waiting," Medina said, "I've started getting a few calls about a bolo you guys put out. A man named John Stokes. How do you want me to handle that? Is he a new suspect?" Bosch was annoyed. He knew the Be on the Lookout flyer distributed at roll calls would eventually leak to the media. He didn't anticipate it happening so quickly. "No, he's not a suspect at all," he said to Medina. "And if the reporters screw that up like they did Trent, we'll never find him. He's just somebody we want to talk to. He was an acquaintance of the victim, many years ago." "Then you have the victim's ID?" Before Bosch could answer, the phone buzzed. Billets answered and put Deputy Chief Irving on the speaker. "Chief, we have Detectives Bosch and Edgar here, along with Officer Medina from Media Relations." "Very good." Irving's voice boomed from the phone speaker. "Where are we at?" Billets started tapping a button on the phone to turn down the volume. Harry, why don't you take that?" she said. Bosch reached into his inside coat pocket and took out his notebook. He took his time about it. He liked the idea of Irving sitting behind his spotless glass desk in his office at Parker Center, waiting for voices over the phone. He opened the notebook to a page full of jottings he had made that morning while eating breakfast with Julia. "Detective, are you there?" Irving said. Yes, sir, I'm right here." "I was just going through some notes here. The main thing is we've made a positive identification of the victim. His name is Arthur Delacroix. He disappeared from his home in the Miracle Mile area on May 4th, 1980. He was 12 years old. He stopped there, anticipating questions. He noticed that Medina was writing the name down. "I'm not sure we want to put that out yet," Bosch said. "Why is that?" Irving asked. "Are you saying the identification is not positive?" "No, we're positive on it, Chief. It's just that if we put the name out, we might be telegraphing which way we're moving here." "Which is?" "Well, we are very confident that Nicholas Trent was clear on this. So we're looking elsewhere. The autopsy, the injuries to the bones, indicate chronic child abuse, dating to early childhood. The mother was out of the picture, so we're looking at the father now. We haven't approached him yet. We're gathering string. If we were to announce that we have an ID and the father saw it, we would be putting him on notice before we need to. If he buried the kid there, then he already is on notice. To a degree. But he knows if we can't come up with a legit ID, we'll never link it to him. The lack of an ID is what keeps him safe, and it gives us time to look at him. Understood, Irving said. They sat in silence for a few moments. Bosch expecting Irving to say something else. But he didn't. Bosch looked at Billets and spread his hands in a what-gives gesture. She shrugged her shoulders. So then, Bosch began, we're not putting it out, right? Silence. Then, I think that is the prudent course to follow, Irving said. Medina tore the page he had written out on his notebook, crumpled it, and tossed it into a trash can in the corner. Is there anything we can put out, he asked. Yes, Bosch said quickly. We can clear Trent. Negative, Irving said just as quickly. We do that at the end. When and if you make a case, then we will clean up the rest. Bosch looked at Edgar and then at Billets. Chief, he said, if we do it that way, we could be hurting our case. How so? It's an old case. The older the case, the longer the shot. We can't take chances. If we don't go out there and tell them Trent is clear, we'll be giving the guy we eventually take down a defense. He'll be able to point at Trent and say he was a child molester. He did it. But he will be able to do that whether we clear Trent now or later. Bosch nodded. True, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of testifying at trial. I want to be able to say we checked Trent out and quickly dismissed him. I don't want some lawyer asking me why, if we so quickly dismissed him, we waited a week or 2 weeks to announce it. Chief, it will look like we were hiding something. It's going to be subtle, but it'll have an impact. People on juries look for any reason not to trust cops in general, and the LAPD in Okay, Detective, you've made your point. My decision still stands. There will be no announcement on Trent. Not at this time. Not until we have a solid suspect we can come forward with. Bosch shook his head and slumped a bit in his seat. What else? Irving said. I have a briefing with the chief in 2 minutes. Bosch looked at Billets and shook his head again. He had nothing else he wanted to share. Billets spoke up. Chief, at this time I think that's pretty much where we stand. When do you plan to approach the father, detectives? Bosch poked his chin at Edgar. Chief, Detective Edgar here. We're still looking for a witness that could be important to talk to before approaching the father. That would be a boyhood friend of the victim. We're thinking he might have knowledge of the abuse the boy suffered. We're planning to give it the day. We believe he's here in Hollywood, and we have a lot of eyes out there on the— Yes, that's fine, Detective. We will reconvene this conversation tomorrow morning. Yes, Chief, Billets said. At 9:30 again? There was no answer. Irving was already gone. Chapter 30. Bosch and Edgar spent the rest of the morning updating reports and the murder book and calling hospitals all over the city to cancel the record searches they had requested by warrant on Monday morning. But by noon, Bosch had had enough of the office work and said he had to get out of the station. Where you want to go? Edgar asked. I'm tired of waiting around, Bosch said. Let's go take a look at him. They used Edgar's personal car because it was unmarked, and there were no undercover units left in the motor pool. They took the 101 up into the valley and then the 405 north before exiting in Van Nuys. The Manchester trailer park was on Sepulveda, near Victory. They drove by it once, before coming back and driving in. There was no gatehouse, just a yellow-striped speed bump. The park road circled the property, and Sam Delacroix's trailer was at the rear of the tract, where it bumped up against a 20-foot-high sound retention wall next to the freeway. The wall was designed to knock down the non-stop roar of the freeway. All it did was redirect and change its tone, but it was still there. The trailer was a single-wide, with rust stains dripping down the aluminum skin from most of the steel rivet seams. There was an awning with a picnic table and a charcoal grill beneath it. A clothesline ran from one of the awning's support poles to a corner of the next trailer in line. Near the back of the narrow yard, an aluminum storage shed about the size of an outhouse was pushed up against the sound wall. The windows and door of the trailer were closed. There was no vehicle in the lone parking spot. Edgar kept the car going by at an even 5 miles an hour. Looks like nobody's home. Let's try the driving range, Bosch said. If he's over there, maybe you can hit a bucket of balls or something. Always like to practice. The range had few customers when they got there, but it looked like it had been a busy morning. Golf balls littered the entire range, which was 300 yards deep, extending to the same sound wall that backed the trailer park. At the far end of the property, netting was erected on high utility poles to protect the freeway drivers from long balls. A small tractor with ball harvesters attached at the rear was slowly traversing the far end of the range, its driver secured in a safety cage. Bosch watched for a few moments alone, until Edgar came up with a half bucket of balls in his golf bag, which had been in the trunk of his car. "I guess that's him," Edgar said. "Yeah." Bosch went over to a bench and sat down to watch his partner hit some balls from a little square of rubber grass. Edgar had taken off his tie and jacket. He didn't look that much out of place. Hitting balls a few green squares down from him were 2 men wearing suit pants and button-down shirts, obviously using their lunch break from the office to fine-tune their game. Edgar propped his bag on a wooden stand and chose one of the irons. He put on a glove, which he had taken from the bag, took a few warm-up swings, and then started striking balls. The first few were grounders that made him curse. Then he started getting some air underneath them, and he seemed pleased with himself. Bosch was amused. He had never played golf a single time in his life, and couldn't understand the draw it had for many men. In fact, most of the detectives in the squad room played religiously, and there was a whole network of police tournaments around the state. He enjoyed watching Edgar get worked up, even though hitting range balls didn't count. "Take a shot at him," he instructed after he thought Edgar was fully warmed up and ready. "Harry," Edgar said, "I know you don't play, but I got news for you. In golf, you hit the ball at the pin. The flag? No moving targets in golf." "Then how come the ex-presidents are always hitting people?" "Because they're allowed to." "Come on, you said everybody tries to hit the guy in the tractor. Take a shot." "Everybody but the serious golfers." But he angled his body so that Bosch could tell he was going to take a shot at the tractor as it came to the end of a crossing and was making the U-turn to go back the other way. Judging by the yardage markers, the tractor was 140 yards out. Edgar swung, but the ball was another grounder. "Damn it! See, Harry, this could hurt my game." Bosch started laughing. "What are you laughing at?" "It's just a game, man. Take another shot." "Forget it. It's childish." "Take the shot." Edgar didn't say anything. He angled his body again, taking aim at the tractor, which was now in the middle of the range. He swung and hit the ball, sending it screaming down the middle, but a good 20 feet over the tractor. "Nice shot," Bosch said, "unless you were aiming for the tractor." Edgar gave him a look, but didn't say anything. For the next 5 minutes, he hit ball after ball at the range tractor, but never came closer to it than 10 yards. Bosch never said anything, but Edgar's frustrations increased until he turned and angrily said, "You want to try?" Bosch feigned confusion. "Oh, you're still trying to hit him? I didn't realize." "Come on, let's go. You still have half your balls there. I don't care. This'll set my game back a month." "That's all?" Edgar angrily shoved the club he had been using into his bag and gave Bosch his dead-eye look. It was all Bosch could do not to burst into laughter. Come on, Jerry, I want to get a look at the guy. Can't you hit a few more? It looks like he's got to be done soon. Edgar looked out at the range. The tractor was now near the 50-yard markers. Assuming he had started back at the sound wall, he would be finished soon. There weren't enough new balls out there, just Edgar's and the two business guys, to warrant going back over the entire range. Edgar silently relented. He took out one of his woods and went back to the green square of fake grass. He hit a beautiful shot that almost carried to the sound wall. "Tiger Woods, kiss my ass," he said. The next shot he put into the real grass, 10 feet from the tee. Shit! When you play for real, do you hit off that fake grass? No, Harry, you don't. This is practice. Oh, so in practice you don't recreate the actual playing situation. Something like that. The tractor pulled off the range and up to a shed behind the concession stand where Edgar had paid for his bucket of balls. The cage door opened and a man of about 60 got out. He started pulling wire mesh baskets full of balls out of the harvester and carrying them into the shed. Bosch told Edgar to keep hitting balls so that they wouldn't be obvious. Bosch nonchalantly walked toward the concession stand and bought another half bucket of balls. This put him no more than 20 feet from the man who had been driving the tractor. It was Samuel Delacroix. Bosch recognized him from a driver's license photo Edgar had pulled and shown him. The man who once played a blonde, blue-eyed Aryan soldier and had put a spell on an 18-year-old girl was now about as distinguished as a ham sandwich. He was still blonde, but it obviously came from a bottle, and he was bald to the crown of his head. He had day-old whiskers that shone white in the sun. His nose was swollen by time and alcohol and pinched by a pair of ill-fitting glasses. He carried a beer paunch that would have been a ticket to a discharge in anybody's army. $2.50. Bosch looked at the woman behind the cash register. For the balls? Right. He paid her and picked up the bucket by the handle. He took a last glance at Delacroix, who suddenly looked over at Bosch at the same time. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Bosch casually looked away. He headed back toward Edgar. That was when his cell phone started to chirp. He quickly handed the bucket to Edgar and pulled the phone out of his back pocket. It was Mankiewicz, the day-shift watch sergeant. "Hey, Bosch, what are you doing?" "Just hitting some balls." "Figures. You guys fuck off while we do all the work." "You found my guy?" "We think so." "Where?" "He's working at the washateria, picking up some tips, loose change." The washateria was a car wash on La Brea. It employed day laborers to vacuum and wipe down cars. They worked mostly for tips and what they could steal out of the cars without getting caught. "Who spotted him?" "Couple guys from Vice. They're 80% sure. They want to know if you want them to make the move or do you want to be on the scene. Tell them to sit tight and that we're on the way. And you know what, Mank? We think this guy's a rabbit. You got a unit we can use as an extra backup in case he runs?" There was silence, and Bosch guessed that Mankiewicz was checking his deployment chart. "Well, you're in luck. I got a couple 311s starting early. They should be out of roll call in 15. That work for you?" "Perfect. Tell them to meet us in the parking lot of the Checkers at La Brea and Sunset. Have the Vice guys meet us there, too." Bosch signaled to Edgar that they were going to roll. One thing," Mankiewicz said. "What's that?" "On the backup, one of them's Brasher. Is that going to be a problem?" Bosch was silent a moment. He wanted to tell Mankiewicz to put somebody else on it, but knew it was not his place to. If he tried to influence deployment or anything else based on his relationship with Brasher, then he could leave himself open to criticism and the possibility of an IAD investigation. No problem. Look, I wouldn't do it, but she's green. She's made a few mistakes and needs this kind of experience." I said, no problem. Chapter 31 They planned the takedown of Johnny Stokes on the hood of Edgar's car. The vice guys, Iman and Libby, drew the layout of the washateria on a legal pad and circled the spot where they had spotted Stokes working under the waxing canopy. The car wash was surrounded on 3 sides by concrete walls and other structures. The area fronting La Brea was almost 50 yards, with a 5-foot retention wall running the border except for entry and exit lanes at each corner of the property. If Stokes decided to run, he could go to the retention wall and climb it, but it was more likely that he would go for one of the open lanes. The plan was simple. Iman and Libby would cover the car wash entrance, and Brasher and her partner, Edgewood, would cover the exit. Bosch and Edgar would drive Edgar's car in as customers and make the move on Stokes. They switched their radios to a tactical unit and worked out a code. Red meant Stokes had rabbited, and green meant he had been taken peaceably. "Remember something," Bosch said. "Almost every wiper, rubber, soaper, and vacuum guy on that lot is probably running from something, even if it's just La Migra. So even if we take Stokes without a problem, the others may rumble. Cops showing up at a car wash is like yelling fire in a theater. Everybody scatters till they see who's the one who's it." Everybody nodded, and Bosch looked pointedly at Brasher, the rookie. In keeping with the plan agreed to the night before, they made no showing of knowing each other as anything other than fellow cops, but now he wanted to make sure she understood just how fluid a takedown like this could become. "You got that, Boot?" he said. She smiled. "Yeah, I got it." "All right, then let's concentrate. Let's go." He thought he saw the smile stay on Brasher's face as she and Edgewood walked to their patrol car. He and Edgar walked to Edgar's Lexus. Bosch stopped when he got to it and realized that it looked like it had just been washed and waxed. "Shit. What can I say, Harry? I take care of my car." Bosch looked around. Behind the fast food restaurant was an open dumpster in a concrete alcove that had recently been washed down. There was a puddle of black water pooling on the pavement. "Drive through that puddle a couple times," he said. "Get it on your car." "Harry, I'm not going to get that shit on my car." "Come on, your car has to look like it needs to be washed, or it might be a tell. You said yourself the guy's a rabbit. Let's not give him a reason." "But we're not actually going to get the car washed. I splash that shit on there, it stays there." "Tell you what, Jerry. If we get this guy, I'll have Iman and Libby drive him in while you get your car washed. I'll even pay for it." "Shit. Come on, just drive through the puddle. We're wasting time." After messing up Edgar's car, they made the drive to the car wash in silence. As they came up on it, Bosch could see the vice car parked at the curb a few car lengths from the car wash entrance. Further down the block, past the car wash, the patrol unit was stopped in a lane of parked cars. Bosch went to his Rover. "Okay, everybody set?" He got 2 return clicks on the mic from the vice guys. Brasher responded by voice. "All ready?" "Okay. We're going in." Edgar pulled into the car wash and drove into the service lane, where customers delivered their cars to the vacuum station and ordered the kind of wash or wax they wanted. Bosch's eyes immediately started moving among the workers, all of whom were dressed in identical orange jumpsuits and baseball caps. It slowed the identification process, but Bosch soon saw the blue wax canopy and picked out Johnny Stokes. "He's there," he said to Edgar. "On the black Beamer." Bosch knew that once they stepped out of the car, most of the cons on the lot would be able to identify them as cops. In the same way Bosch could spot a con 98% of the time, they in turn could spot a cop. He would have to move swiftly in on Stokes. He looked over at Edgar. "Ready?" "Let's do it." They cracked the doors at the same time. Bosch got out and turned toward Stokes, who was 25 yards away with his back turned. He was crouched down and spraying something on the wheels of a black BMW. Bosch heard Edgar tell someone to skip the vacuum and that he'd be right back. Bosch and Edgar had covered half the distance to their target when they were made by other workers on the lot. From somewhere behind him, Bosch heard a voice call out, "5-0! 5-0! 5-0!" Immediately alerted, Stokes stood up and started turning. Bosch started running. He was 15 feet from Stokes when the ex-con realized he was the target. His obvious escape was to his left, and then out through the car wash entrance, but the BMW was blocking him. He made a move to his right, but then seemed to stop when he realized it was a dead end. "No! No!" Bosch called out. "We just want to talk, we just want to talk." Stokes visibly slumped. Bosch moved directly toward him, while Edgar moved out to the right, in case the ex-con decided to make a break. Bosch slowed and opened his hands wide as he got close. One hand held his rover. "LAPD. We just want to ask you a few questions, nothing else." "Man, about what?" "About—" Stokes suddenly raised his arm and sprayed Bosch in the face with a tire cleaner. He then bolted to his right, seemingly toward the dead end, where the high rear wall of the car wash joined the side wall of a 3-story apartment building. Bosch instinctively brought his hands up to his eyes. He heard Edgar yell at Stokes, and then the scuffling sound of his shoes on concrete as he gave chase. Bosch couldn't open his eyes. He put his mouth to the radio and yelled, "Red! Red! Red! He's heading toward the back corner!" He then dropped the radio to the concrete, using his shoe to break its fall. He used the sleeves of his jacket to wipe at his burning eyes. He finally could open them for brief moments at a time. He spotted a hose coiled on a faucet near the rear of the BMW. He made his way to it, turned it on, and doused his face and eyes, not caring how wet his clothes got. His eyes felt like they had been dropped in boiling water. After a few moments, the water eased the burning sensation, and he dropped the hose without turning it off and went back to get the radio. His vision was blurred at the edges, but he could see well enough to get moving. As he bent down for the radio, he heard laughter from some of the other men in orange jumpsuits. Bosch ignored it. He switched the rover to the Hollywood Patrol channel and spoke into it. "Hollywood units. Officers in pursuit of assault suspect, La Brea and Santa Monica. Suspect white male, 35, YOA, dark hair, orange jumpsuit. Suspect in the vicinity of Hollywood Washateria." He couldn't remember the exact address of the car wash, but wasn't worried. Every cop on patrol would know it. He switched the rover to the department's main communication channel and requested that a paramedic unit respond as well to treat an injured officer. He had no idea what had been sprayed into his eyes. They were beginning to feel better, but he didn't want to take a chance on long-term injury. Lastly, he switched back to the tactical channel and asked for the others' locations. Only Edgar came back up on the radio. "There was a hole in the back corner. He went through to the alley. He's in one of these apartment complexes on the north side of the car wash." "Where are the others?" Edgar's return was broken up. He was moving into a radio void. "They're back, spread out. I think, garage. You, aight, Harry?" "I'll make it. Backup's on the way." He didn't know if Edgar had heard that. He put the rover in his pocket and hustled to the back corner of the car wash lot, where he found the hole Stokes had slipped through. Behind a too-high pallet of 55-gallon drums of liquid soap, the concrete wall was broken in. It appeared that at one time a car in the alley on the other side had struck the wall, creating the hole. Intentionally done or not, it was probably a well-known escape hatch for every wanted man who worked at the car wash. Bosch crouched down and slipped through, momentarily catching his jacket on a rusty piece of rebar protruding from the broken wall. On the other side, he got up in an alley that ran behind rows of apartment buildings on either side for the length of the block. The patrol car was stopped at an angle 40 yards down the alley. It was empty. Both doors open. Bosch could hear the sound of the main communications channel playing over the dash radio. Further down, at the end of the block, the vice car was parked across the alley. He quickly moved down the alley toward the patrol car, looking and listening for anything. When he got to the car, he pulled the rover out again and tried to raise someone on tactical. He got no response. He saw the patrol car was parked in front of a ramp that dipped down into an underground garage beneath the largest of the apartment complexes on the alley. Remembering auto theft was in Edgar's recitation of Stokes's criminal record, Bosch suddenly knew that Stokes would go for the garage. His only way out was to get a car. He trotted down the garage ramp into the dark. The garage was huge and appeared to follow the imprint of the building above. There were 3 parking lanes and a ramp leading to an even lower level. Bosch saw no one. The only sound he heard was a dripping from the overhead pipes. He moved swiftly down the middle lane, drawing his weapon for the first time. Stokes had already fashioned a weapon out of a spray bottle. There was no telling what he might find in the garage to also use as a weapon. As he moved, Bosch checked the few vehicles in the garage. Everyone was at work, he guessed, for signs of break-in. He saw nothing. He was raising the rover to his mouth when he heard the sound of running footsteps echo up the ramp from the lower level of the garage. He quickly moved to the ramp and descended, careful to keep the rubber soles of his shoes as quiet as he could. The lower garage was even darker, with less natural light finding its way down. As the incline leveled, his eyes adjusted. He saw no one, but the ramp structure blocked his view of half of the space. As he began his way around the ramp, he suddenly heard a high and taut voice coming from the far end. It was Brasher's. "Right there! Right there! Don't move!" Bosch followed the sound, moving in tight to the side of the ramp and holding his weapon up. His training told him to call out, to alert the other officer to his presence, but he knew that if Brasher was alone with Stokes, his calling might distract her and give Stokes another chance to break or make a move on her. As he cut beneath the underside of the ramp, Bosch saw them at the far wall, no more than 50 feet away. Brasher had Stokes up against the wall, legs and arms spread. She held him there with one hand pressed against his back. Her flashlight was on the ground next to her right foot, its beam lighting the wall on which Stokes leaned. board file box that was long enough to contain the skateboard. He put the skateboard in it, along with the detached set of wheels and the screws, which were in a small plastic bag. Bosch thanked him. "Did I do good, Harry?" Bosch hesitated and then said, "Yeah, I think so, Antoine." Jesper pointed to Bosch's cheek. "Shaving?" "Something like that." The drive back to Hollywood was even slower on the freeway. Bosch finally bailed at the Alvarado exit and worked his way over to Sunset. He took it the rest of the way in, not making any better time and knowing it. As he drove, he kept thinking about the skateboard and Nicholas Trent, trying to fit explanations into the framework of time and evidence that they had. He couldn't do it. There was a piece missing from the equation. He knew that at some level and at some place it all made sense. He was confident he would get there, if he had enough time. At 4:30, Bosch banged through the back door into the station house carrying the file box containing the skateboard. He was heading quickly down the hallway to the squad room when Mankiewicz ducked his head into the hallway from the watch office. "Hey, Harry!" Bosch looked back at him, but kept walking. "What's up?" "I heard the news. We're going to miss you around here." The word traveled fast. Bosch held the box with his right arm and raised his left hand palm down and made a sweeping gesture across the flat surface of an imaginary ocean. It was a gesture usually reserved for drivers of patrol cars passing on the street. It said, "Smooth sailing to you, brother." Bosch kept going. Edgar had a large white board lying flat across his desk and covering most of Bosch's as well. He had drawn what looked like a thermometer on it. It was Wonderland Avenue, the turnaround circle at the end being the bulb at the bottom of the thermometer. From the street there were lines drawn signifying the various homes. Extending from these lines were names printed in green, blue, and black marker. There was a red X that marked the spot where the bones had been found. Bosch stood and stared at the street diagram without asking a question. "We should have done this from the start," Edgar said. "How's it work?" "The green names are residents in 1980 who moved sometime after. The blue names are anybody who came after 80 but has already left. The black names are current residents. Anywhere you see just a black name, like Gio right here, that means they've been there the whole time." Bosch nodded. There were only two names in black. Dr. Gio and someone named Al Hutter, who was at the end of the street farthest from the crime scene. "Good," Bosch said, though he didn't know what use the chart would be now. "What's in the box?" Edgar asked. "The skateboard. Jesper found something." Bosch put the box down on his desk and took off the top. He told and showed Edgar the scratched date and initials. "We've got to start looking at Trent again. Maybe look at that theory you had about him moving into the neighborhood because he had buried the kid up there." "Jesus, Harry, I was almost joking about that." "Yeah, well, it's no joke now. We have to go back, put together a whole profile on Trent going all the way back to 1980 at least. And meantime, we catch the next case here. That's real sweet. I heard on the radio it's supposed to rain this weekend. If we're lucky, it'll keep everybody inside and quiet." "Harry, inside is where most of the killing is done." Bosch looked across the squad room and saw Lieutenant Billets standing in her office. She was waving him in. He had forgotten that Edgar said she was looking for him. He pointed a finger at Edgar and then back at himself, asking if she wanted to see them both. Billets shook her head and pointed back only at Bosch. He knew what it was about. "I gotta go see Bullets." Edgar looked up at him. He knew what it was about, too. "Good luck, partner." "Yeah, partner. If that's still the case." He crossed the squad room to the lieutenant's office. She was now seated behind her desk. She didn't look at him when she spoke. "Harry, you've got a forthwith from the 03. Call Lieutenant Bolenbach before you do anything else. That's an order." Bosch nodded. Did you ask him where I'm going? No, Harry, I'm too pissed off about it. I was afraid if I asked, I'd get into it with him, and it's got nothing to do with him. Bolenbach's just the messenger. Bosch smiled. You're pissed off? That's right. I don't want to lose you, especially because of some bullshit grudge somebody up top has against you. He nodded and shrugged. Thanks, Lieutenant. Why don't you call him on speakerphone? We'll get this over with. Now she looked up at him. You sure? I could go get a coffee so you can have the office to yourself if you want. It's all right. Go ahead and make the call. She put the phone on speaker and called Bolenbach's office. He answered right away. Lieutenant, this is Lieutenant Billets. I have Detective Bosch in my office. Very good, Lieutenant. Just let me find the order here. There was the sound of papers rustling. Then Bolenbach cleared his throat. Detective, hi. Hieronymus. Is that? Hieronymus, Bosch said. Rhymes with anonymous. Hieronymus, then. Detective Hieronymus Bosch, you are ordered to report for duty at Robbery Homicide Division at 0800 January 15. That is all. Are these orders clear to you? Bosch was stunned. RHD was a promotion. He had been demoted from RHD to Hollywood more than 10 years earlier. He looked at Billets, who also had a look of suspicious surprise on her face. Did you say RHD? Yes, Detective. Robbery Homicide Division. Are these orders clear? What's my assignment? I just told you. You're reported— No, I mean, what do I do at RHD? What's my assignment there? You'll have to get that from your new commanding officer on the morning of the 15th. That's all I have for you, Detective Bosch. You have your orders. Have a nice weekend. He clicked off, and a dial tone came from the speaker. Bosch looked at Billets. What do you think? Is this some kind of a joke? If it is, it's a good one. Congratulations. But 3 days ago, Irving told me to quit. Then he turns around and sends me downtown? Well, maybe it's because he wants to watch you more closely. They don't call Parker Center the glass house for nothing, Harry. You better be careful. Bosch nodded. On the other hand, she said, we both know you should be down there. You should have never been taken out of there in the first place. Maybe it's just the circle closing. Whatever it is, we're going to miss you. I'll miss you, Harry. You do good work. Bosch nodded his thanks. He made a move toward leaving, but then looked back up at her and smiled. You're not going to believe this, especially in light of what just happened, but we're looking at Trent again. The skateboard. Sid found a link to the boy on it. Billets threw her head back and laughed loudly, loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the squad room. Well, she said, when Irving hears that, he's definitely going to change RHD to Southeast Division for sure. Her reference was to the gang-infested district at the far end of the city, a posting that would be the pure form example of freeway therapy. I wouldn't doubt it, Bosch said. Billets dropped the smile and got serious. She asked Bosch about the latest turn in the case and listened intently while he outlined the plan to put together what would basically be a full-life profile on the dead set decorator. I'll tell you what, she said when he was finished. I'll take you guys off rotation. No sense in you pulling a new case if you're splitting for RHD. I'm also authorizing weekend OT, so work on Trent and hit it hard, and let me know. You've got 4 days, Harry. Don't leave this one on the table when you go. Bosch nodded and left the office. On his way back to his space, he knew all eyes in the squad room were on him. He gave nothing away. He sat down at his space and kept his eyes down. So? Edgar eventually whispered. What did you get? RHD. RHD? He had practically yelled it. It would now be known to all in the squad room. Bosch felt his face getting red. He knew everybody else would be looking at him. "Jesus Christ," Edgar said. "First Kiz and now you. What am I, fucking chopped liver?" Chapter 48. Kind of Blue played on the stereo. Bosch held a bottle of beer and leaned back in the recliner with his eyes closed. It had been a confusing day at the end of a confusing week. He now just wanted to let the music move through him and clear out his insides. He felt sure that what he was looking for he already had in his possession. It was a matter of ordering things and getting rid of the unimportant things that cluttered the view. He and Edgar had worked until 7 before deciding on an early night. Edgar couldn't concentrate. The news of Bosch's transfer had affected him more deeply than it did Bosch. Edgar perceived it as a slight against him because he wasn't chosen to go to RHD. Bosch tried to calm him by assuring him that it was a pit of snakes that Bosch would be entering, but it was no use. Bosch pulled the plug and told his partner to go home, have a drink, and get a good night's sleep. They would work through the weekend gathering information on Trent. Now it was Bosch who was having the drink and falling asleep in his chair. He sensed he was at a threshold of some sort. He was about to begin a new and clearly defined time in his life, a time of higher danger, higher stakes, and higher rewards. It made him smile, now that he knew no one was watching him. The phone rang and Bosch bolted upright. He clicked off the stereo and went into the kitchen. When he answered, a woman's voice told him to hold for Deputy Chief Irving. After a long moment, Irving's voice came on the line. "Detective Bosch?" "Yes." "You received your transfer orders today?" "Yes, I did." "Good. I wanted to let you know that I made the decision to bring you back to Robbery Homicide Division." "Why is that, Chief?" "Because I decided after our last conversation to hold out one last chance to you. This assignment is that chance. You will be in a position where I can watch your moves very closely." "And what position is that?" "You were not told?" "I was just told to report to RHD next pay period. That was it." There was silence on the phone, and Bosch thought now he would find the sand in the engine oil. He was going back to RHD, but as what? He tried to think. What was the worst assignment within the best assignment? Irving finally spoke. "You are getting your old job back. Homicide Special. An opening came up today when Detective Thornton turned in his badge." "Thornton?" "That is correct. I'll be working with Kiz Ryder?" "That will be up to Lieutenant Enriquez. But Detective Ryder is currently without a partner, and you have an established working relationship with her." Bosch nodded. The kitchen was dark. He was elated, but did not want to transmit his feelings over the phone to Irving. As if knowing these thoughts, Irving said, "Detective, you may feel as though you fell into the sewer but came out smelling like a rose. Do not think that. Do not make any assumptions. Do not make any mistakes. If you do, I will be there. Am I clear?" "Crystal clear." Irving hung up without another word. Bosch stood there in the dark, holding the phone to his ear until it started making a loud, annoying tone. He hung up and went back into the living room. He thought about calling Kiz and seeing what she knew, but decided he would wait. When he sat back down on the recliner, he felt something hard jab into his hip. He knew it wasn't his gun because he had already unclipped it. He reached into his pocket and came up with his mini cassette recorder. He turned it on and listened to his verbal exchange with Certain, the TV reporter outside Trent's house on the night he killed himself. Filtering it through the history of what would happen, Bosch felt guilty and thought that maybe he should have done or said more in an effort to stop the reporter. After he heard the car door slam on the tape, he stopped it and hit the rewind button. He realized that he had not yet heard the whole interview with Trent because he had been out of earshot while searching some parts of the house. He decided he would listen to the interview now. It would be a starting point for the weekend's investigation. As he listened, Bosch tried to analyze the words and sentences for new meanings, things that would reveal a killer. All the while, he was warring with his own instincts. As he listened to Trent speak in almost desperate tones, he still felt convinced the man was not the killer, that his protests of innocence had been true. And this, of course, contradicted what he now knew. The skateboard, found in Trent's house, had the dead boy's initials on it, and the year he both got the skateboard and was killed. The skateboard now served as a tombstone of sorts, a marker for Bosch. He finished the Trent interview, but nothing in it, including the parts he had not previously heard, sparked any ideas in him. He rewound the tape and decided to play it again. And it was early in the second go-through that he picked up on something that made his face suddenly grow hot, almost with the feeling of being feverish. He quickly reversed the tape and replayed the exchange between Edgar and Trent that had drawn his attention. He remembered standing in the hallway in Trent's house and listening to this part of the interview, but he had missed its significance until this moment. "Did you like watching the kids play up there in the woods, Mr. Trent?" "No. I couldn't see them if they were up in the woods. On occasion I would be driving up or walking my dog, when he was alive, and I would see the kids climbing up there. The girl across the street, the Fosters next door, all the kids around here. It's a city-owned right-of-way, the only undeveloped land in the neighborhood. So they went up there to play. Some of the neighbors thought the older ones went up there to smoke cigarettes, and the concern was they would set the whole hillside on fire." He turned off the tape and went back to the kitchen and the phone. Edgar answered after one ring. Bosch could tell he had not been asleep. It was only 9 o'clock. "You didn't bring anything home with you, did you?" "Like what? The reverse directory lists?" "No, Harry, they're at the office. What's up?" "I don't know. Do you remember when you were making that chart on the board today? Was there anybody named Foster on Wonderland?" "Foster? You mean last name of Foster?" "Yeah, last name." He waited. Edgar said nothing. "Jerry, you remember?" "Harry, take it easy, I'm thinking." More silence. Edgar finally said. "No Foster. None that I can remember." "How sure are you?" "Well, Harry, come on. I don't have the board or the lists here, but I think I would have remembered that name. Why is it so important? What's going on?" "I'll call you back." Bosch took the phone with him out to the dining room table where he had left his briefcase. He opened it and took out the murder book. He quickly turned it to the page that listed the current residents of Wonderland Avenue with their addresses and phone numbers. There were no Fosters on the list. He picked up the phone and punched in a number. After 4 rings, it was answered by a voice he recognized. "Dr. Guillot, this is Detective Bosch. Am I calling too late?" "Hello, Detective." "No, it's not too late for me. I spent 40 years getting phone calls at all hours of the night. 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock is for amateurs. How are your various injuries?" "They're fine, Doctor. I'm in a bit of a hurry, and I need to ask you a couple questions about the neighborhood." "Well, go right ahead." "Going way back, 1980 or so, was there ever a family or a couple on the street named Foster?" There was silence as Guillot thought over the question. "No, I don't think so," he finally said. "I don't remember anybody named Foster." "Okay, then can you tell me if there was anybody on the street that took in foster kids?" This time Guillot answered without hesitation. Yes, there was. That was the Blaylocks. Very nice people. They helped many children over the years, taking them in. I admired them greatly." Bosch wrote the name down on a blank piece of paper at the front of the murder book. He then flipped to report on the neighborhood canvas and saw there was no one named Blaylock currently living on the block. "Do you remember their first names?" "Dawn and Audrey." "What about when they moved from the neighborhood? Do you remember when that was?" Oh, that would have been at least 10 years ago. After the last child was grown, they didn't need that big house anymore. They sold it and moved. Any idea where they moved to? Are they still local? Guillaume said nothing. Bosch waited. I'm trying to remember, Guillaume said. I know this. Take your time, Doctor, Bosch said, even though it was the last thing he wanted Guillaume to do. Oh, you know what, Detective, Guillaume said. Christmas. I saved all the cards I received in a box, so I know who to send cards to next year. My wife always did that. Let me put the phone down and get the box. Audrey still sends me a card every year. Go get the box, Doctor. I'll wait. Bosch heard the phone being put down. He nodded to himself. He was going to get it. He tried to think about what this new information could mean, but then decided to wait. He would gather the information and then sift through it after. It took Guillaume several minutes to come back to the phone. The whole time, Bosch waited with his pen poised to write the address on the note page. Okay, Detective Bosch, I've got it here. Guillaume gave him the address, and Bosch almost sighed out loud. Dawn and Audrey Blaylock had not moved to Alaska or some other far reach of the world. They were still within a car drive. He thanked Guillaume and hung up. Chapter 49. At 8 a.m. Saturday morning, Bosch was sitting in his slickback watching a small wood-frame house a block off the main drag in the town of Lone Pine, 3 hours north of Los Angeles in the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas. He was sipping on cold coffee from a plastic cup and had another one just like it ready to take over when he was finished. His bones ached from the cold and a night spent driving, and then trying to sleep in the car. He had made it to the little mountain town too late to find a motel open. He also knew from experience that coming to Lone Pine without a reservation on a weekend was not advisable anyway. As dawn's light came up, he saw the blue-gray mountain rising in the mist behind the town and reducing it to what it was, insignificant in the face of time and the natural pace of things. Bosch looked up at Mount Whitney, the highest point in California, and knew it had been there long before any human eyes had ever seen it, and would be there long after the last set was gone. Somehow it made it easier to know all that he knew. Bosch was hungry and wanted to go over to one of the diners in town for steak and eggs, but he wouldn't leave his post. If you moved from L.A. to Lone Pine, it wasn't just because you hated the crowds, the smog, and the pace of the big city. It was because you also loved the mountain. And Bosch wasn't going to risk missing Dawn and Audrey Blaylock to a morning mountain hike while he was eating breakfast. He settled for turning the car on and running the heater for 5 minutes. He had been parceling out the heat and the gas that way all night. Bosch watched the house and waited for a light to come on or someone to pick up the newspaper that had been dropped on the driveway from a passing pickup 2 hours earlier. It was a thin roll of newspaper. Bosch knew it wasn't the L.A. Times. People in Lone Pine didn't care about Los Angeles, or its murders, or its detectives. At 9, Bosch saw smoke start to curl out of the house's chimney. A few minutes later, a man of about 60, wearing a down vest, came out and got the paper. After picking it up, he looked a half-block down the street to Bosch's car. He then went back inside. Bosch knew his car stood out on the street. He hadn't been trying to hide himself. He was just waiting. He started the car and drove down to the Blaylocks' house and pulled into the driveway. When Bosch got to the door, the man he had seen earlier opened it before he had to knock. "Mr. Blaylock?" "Yeah, that's me." Bosch showed his badge and ID. "I was wondering if I could talk to you and your wife for a few minutes. It's about a case I'm working." "You alone?" "Yeah." "How long have you been out there?" Bosch smiled. "Since about 4. Got here too late to get a room." "Come in. We have coffee on." "If it's hot, I'll take it." He led Bosch in and pointed him toward a seating arrangement of chairs and a couch near the fireplace. "I'll get my wife and the coffee." Bosch stepped over to the chair nearest the fireplace. He was about to sit down when he noticed all the framed photographs on the wall behind the couch. He stepped over to study them. They were all of children and young adults. They were of all races. 2 had obvious physical or mental handicaps. The foster children. He turned and took the seat closest to the fire and waited. Soon Blaylock returned with a large mug of steaming coffee. A woman came into the room behind him. She looked a little bit older than her husband. She had eyes still creased by sleep, but a kind face. "This is my wife, Audrey," Blaylock said. "Do you take your coffee black?" Every cop I ever knew took it black. The husband and wife sat next to each other on the couch. "Black's fine." "Did you know a lot of cops?" "When I was in L.A., I did. I worked 30 years for the city fire department. Quit as a station commander after the '92 riots. That was enough for me. Came in right before Watts and left after '92. "What is it you want to talk to us about?" Audrey asked, seemingly impatient with her husband's small talk. Bosch nodded. He had his coffee and the introductions were over. "I work homicide. Out of Hollywood Division. I'm on a—" "I worked 6 years out of 58s, Blaylock said, referring to the fire station that was behind the Hollywood Division station house. Bosch nodded again. "Don, let the man tell us why he came all the way up here," Audrey said. "Sorry. Go ahead." "I'm on a case. A homicide up in Laurel Canyon. Your old neighborhood, actually. And we're contacting people who lived on the street back in 1980. "Why then?" "Because that is when the homicide took place." They looked at him with puzzled faces. "Is this one of those cold cases?" Blaylock said. "Because I don't remember anything like that happening in our neighborhood back then." "In a way, it's a cold case. Only the body wasn't discovered until a couple weeks ago. It had been buried up in the woods, in the hills." Bosch studied their faces. No tells, just shock. "Oh, my God," Audrey said. "You mean all that time we were living there, somebody was dead up there? Our kids used to play up there. Who was it who was killed?" "It was a child. A boy, 12 years old. His name was Arthur Delacroix. Does that name mean anything to either of you?" The husband and wife first searched their own memory banks, and then looked at each other and confirmed the results, each shaking their head. "No, not that name," Don Blaylock said. "Where did he live?" Audrey Blaylock asked. "Not in the neighborhood, I don't think." "No, he lived down in the Miracle Mile area." "It sounds awful," Audrey said. "How was he killed?" "He was beaten to death. If you don't mind, I know you're curious about it, but I need to ask the question starting out." "Oh, I'm sorry," Audrey said. "Please, go on. What else can we tell you?" "Well, we're trying to put together a profile of the street, Wonderland Avenue, at that time. You know, so we know who was who and who was where. It's really routine." Bosch smiled and knew right away it didn't come off as sincere. "And it's been pretty tough so far. The neighborhood has sort of turned over a lot since then. In fact, Dr. Gio and a man down the street named Hutter are the only residents still there since 1980. Audrey smiled warmly. "Oh, Paul, he is such a nice man. We still get Christmas cards from him, even since his wife passed away." Bosch nodded. "Of course, he was too expensive for us. We mostly took our kids to the clinics, but if there was ever an emergency on a weekend or when Paul was home, he never hesitated. Some doctors these days are afraid to do anything because they might get— I'm sorry. I'm going off like my husband, and that's not what you came here to hear." "It's all right, Mrs. Blaylock. You mentioned your kids. I heard from some of the neighbors that you two had a foster home, is that right?" "Oh, yes," she said. "Don and I took in children for 25 years. That's a tremendous thing you did. I admire that. How many children was it? It was hard to keep track of them. We had some for years, some for only weeks. A lot of it was at the whim of the juvenile courts. It used to break my heart when we were just getting started with the child, making them feel comfortable and at home, and then the child would be ordered home or to the other parent or what have you. I always said that to do foster work, you had to have a big heart with a big callus on it. She looked at her husband and nodded. He nodded back and reached over and took her hand. He looked back at Bosch. We counted it up once, he said. We had a total of 38 kids at one time or another, but realistically, we say we raised 17 of them. These were kids that were with us long enough for it to have an impact. Anywhere from 2 years to... One child was with us 14 years. He turned so he could see the wall over the couch and reached up and pointed to a picture of a boy in a wheelchair. He was slightly built and had thick glasses. His wrists were bent at sharp angles. His smile was crooked. "That's Benny," he said. "Amazing," Bosch said. He took a notebook out of his pocket and flipped it open to a blank page. He took out a pen. Just then his cell phone started chirping. "That's me," he said. "Don't worry about it." "Don't you want to answer it?" Blaylock asked. "They can leave a message. I didn't even think there'd be clear service this close to the mountain." "Yeah. We even get TV." Bosch looked at him and realized he had somehow been insulting. "Sorry. I didn't mean anything. I was wondering if you could tell me what children you had living in your home in 1980. There was a moment when everyone looked at one another and said nothing. "Is one of our kids involved in this?" Audrey asked. "I don't know, ma'am. I don't know who was living with you. Like I said, we're trying to put together a profile of that neighborhood. We need to know exactly who was living there. And then we'll go from there." "Well, I'm sure the Division of Youth Services can help you." Bosch nodded. "Actually, they changed the name. It's now called the Department of Children's Services, and they're not going to be able to help us until Monday at the earliest, Mrs. Blaylock. This is a homicide. We need this information now." Again, there was a pause as they all looked at one another. "Well," Don Blaylock finally said, "it's going to be kind of hard to remember exactly who was with us at any given time. There are some obvious ones, like Benny and Jody and Francis, but every year we'd have a few kids that, like Audrey said, would be dropped in and then taken out. They're the tough ones. Let's see, 1980. He stood up and turned so he could see the breadth of the wall of photos. He pointed to one, a young black boy of about 8. "William there. He was 1980. No, he wasn't," Audrey said. "He came to us in 84. Don't you remember the Olympics? You made him that torch out of foil?" "Oh, yeah, 84. Bosch leaned forward in his seat. The location near the fire was now getting too warm for him. "Let's start with the 3 you mentioned, Benny and the 2 others. What were their full names?" He was given their names, and when he asked how they could be contacted, he was given phone numbers for 2 of them, but not Benny. "Benny passed away 6 years ago," Audrey said. "Multiple sclerosis." "I'm sorry." "He was very dear to us." Bosch nodded and waited for an appropriate silence to go by. Who else? Didn't you keep records of who came and for how long?" "We did, but we don't have them here," Blaylock said. "They're in storage in L.A. He suddenly snapped his fingers. We have a list of the names of every child we tried to help or did help. It's just not by year. We could probably cut it down a little bit, but would that help you?" Bosch noticed Audrey give her husband a momentary look of anger. Her husband didn't see it, but Bosch did. He knew her instincts would be to protect her children from the threat, real or not, that Bosch represented. Yes, that would help a lot. Blaylock left the room, and Bosch looked at Audrey. You don't want him to give me that list. Why is that, Mrs. Blaylock? Because I don't think you're being honest with us. You are looking for something that will fit your needs. You don't drive 3 hours in the middle of the night from Los Angeles for a routine questioning, as you call it. You know these children come from tough backgrounds. They weren't all angels when they came to us. And I don't want any of them blamed for something just because of who they were or where they came from. Bosch waited to make sure she was done. Mrs. Blaylock, have you ever been to the McLaren Youth Hall? Of course. Several of our children came from there. I came from there, too. And an assortment of foster homes where I never lasted very long. So I know what these children were like because I was one myself, all right? And I know that some foster homes can be full of love and some can be just as bad as or worse than the place you were taken from. I know that some foster parents are committed to the children and some are committed to the subsistence checks from Children's Services. She was quiet a long moment before answering. It doesn't matter, she said. You still are looking to finish your puzzle with any piece that fits. You're wrong, Mrs. Blaylock. Wrong about that. Wrong about me. Blaylock came back into the room with what looked like a green school folder. He placed it down on the square coffee table and opened it. Its pockets were stuffed with photos and letters. Audrey continued despite his return. My husband worked for the city like you do, so he won't want to hear me say this. But, Detective, I don't trust you or the reasons you say you're here. You're not being honest with us. Audrey, Blaylock yelped. The man is just trying to do his job. And he'll say anything to do it, and he'll hurt any of our children to do it. Audrey, please. He turned his attention back to Bosch and offered a sheet of paper. There was a list of handwritten names on it. Before Bosch could read them, Blaylock took the page back and put it down on the table. He went to work on it with a pencil, putting check marks next to some of the names. He spoke as he worked. We made this list just so we could sort of keep track of everybody. You'd be surprised. You can love somebody to death, but when it comes time to remember 20, 30 birthdays, you always forget somebody. The ones I'm checking off here are the kids that came in more recent than 1980. Audrey will double-check when I'm done. No, I won't. The men ignored her. Bosch's eyes moved ahead of Blaylock's pencil and down the list. Before he was 2/3 to the bottom, he reached down and put his finger on a name. Tell me about him. Blaylock looked up at Bosch and then over at his wife. Who is it, she asked. Johnny Stokes, Bosch said. You had him in your home in 1980, didn't you? Audrey stared at him for a moment. There, you see, she said to her husband, while looking only at Bosch. He already knew about Johnny when he came in here. I was right. He's not an honest man. Chapter 50. By the time Don Blaylock went to the kitchen to brew a second pot of coffee, Bosch had 2 pages of notes on Johnny Stokes. He had come to the Blaylock house through a DYS referral in January 1980, and was gone the following July when he was arrested for stealing a car and going on a joyride through Hollywood. It was his second arrest for car theft. He was incarcerated at the Sylmar Juvenile Hall for 6 months. By the time his period of rehabilitation was completed, he was returned by a judge to his parents. Though the Blaylocks heard from him on occasion and even saw him during his infrequent visits to the neighborhood, they had other children still in their care and soon drifted from contact with the boy. When Blaylock went to make the coffee, Bosch settled into what he thought would be an uncomfortable silence with Audrey. But then she spoke to him. 12 of our children graduated from college, she said. 2 have military careers. 1 followed Don into the fire service. He works in the valley. She nodded at Bosch, and he nodded back. We never considered ourselves to be 100% successful with our children, she continued. We did our best with each one. Sometimes the circumstances or the courts or the youth authorities prevented us from helping a child. John was one of those cases. He made a mistake, and it was as if we were to blame. He was taken from us, before we could help him. All Bosch could do was nod. You seem to know of him already, she said. Have you already spoken to him? Yes, briefly. Is he in jail now? No, he's not. What has his life been since we knew him? Bosch spread his hands apart. He hasn't done well. Drugs, a lot of arrests, prison. She nodded sadly. Do you think he killed that boy in our neighborhood while he was living with us? Bosch could tell by her face that if he were to answer truthfully, he would knock down everything she had built out of what was good in what they had done. The whole wall of pictures, the graduation gowns, and the good jobs would mean nothing next to this. I don't really know, but we do know he was a friend of the boy who was killed. She closed her eyes. Not tightly, just as if she were resting them. She said nothing else until Blaylock came back into the room. He went past Bosch and put another log on the fire. Coffee will be up in a minute. Thank you, Bosch said. After Blaylock walked back to the couch, Bosch stood up. I have some things I would like you to look at, if you don't mind. They're in my car. He excused himself and went out to the slickback. He grabbed his briefcase from the front seat and then went to the trunk to get the file box containing the skateboard. He thought it might be worth a try showing it to the Blaylocks. His phone chirped just as he closed the trunk, and this time he answered it. It was Edgar. Harry, where are you? Up in Lone Pine. Lone Pine? What the fuck are you doing up there? I don't have time to talk. Where are you? At the table, like we agreed. I thought you— Listen, I'll call you back in an hour. Meantime, put out a new bolo on Stokes. What? Bosch checked the house to make sure the Blaylocks weren't listening or in sight. I said, put out another bolo on Stokes. We need him picked up. Why? Because he did it. He killed the kid. What the fuck, Harry? I'll call you in an hour. Put out the bolo. He hung up, and this time turned the phone off. Inside the house, Bosch put the file box down on the floor and then opened his briefcase on his lap. He found the envelope containing the family photos borrowed from Sheila Delacroix. He opened it and slid them out. He split the stack in two and gave one half to each of the Blaylocks. Look at the boy in these pictures and tell me if you recognize him, if he ever came to your house, with Johnny or anybody else. He watched as the couple looked at the photos and then exchanged stacks. When they were finished, they both shook their heads and handed the photos back. Don't recognize him, Don Blaylock said. Okay, Bosch said as he put the photos back into the envelope. He closed his briefcase and put it on the floor. He then opened the file box and lifted out the skateboard. Has either of you— That was John's, Audrey said. Are you sure? Yes, I recognize it. When he was taken from us, he left it behind. I told him we had it. I called his house, but he never came for it. How do you know that this is the one that was his? I just remember. I didn't like the skull and crossbones. I remember those. Bosch put the skateboard back in the box. What happened to it if he never came for it? We sold it, Audrey said. When Don retired after 30 years and we decided to move up here, we sold all of our junk. We had a gigantic garage sale. More like a house sale, her husband added. We got rid of everything. Not everything. You wouldn't sell that stupid fire bell we have in the backyard. Anyway, that was when we sold the skateboard. Do you remember who you sold it to? Yes, the man who lived next door, Mr. Trent. When was this? Summer of '92, right after we sold the house. We were still in escrow, I remember. Why do you remember selling the skateboard to Mr. Trent? '92 was a long time ago. I remember because he bought half of what we were selling, the junky half. He gathered it all up and offered us one price for everything. He needed it all for his work. He was a set designer. Set decorator, her husband corrected. There is a difference. Anyway, he used everything he bought from us on movie sets. I always hoped I would see something in a movie that I'd know came from our house, but I never did. Bosch scribbled some notes in his pad. He had just about everything he needed from the Blaylocks. It was almost time to head south, back to the city to put the case together. "How did you get the skateboard?" Audrey asked him. Bosch looked up from his notepad. It was in Mr. Trent's possessions." "He's still on the street?" Don Blaylock asked. "He was a great neighbor. Never a problem at all with him." "He was until recently," Bosch said. "He passed away, though." "Oh, my gosh," Audrey proclaimed. "What a shame. And he wasn't that old a man." "I just have a couple more questions," Bosch said. "Did John Stokes ever tell either of you how he came to have the skateboard?" "He told me that he had won it during a contest with some other boys at school," Audrey said. "The Brethren School?" "Yes, that's where he went. He was going when he first came to us, and so we continued it." Bosch nodded and looked down at his notes. He had everything. He closed the notebook, put it in his coat pocket, and stood up to go. Chapter 51. Bosch pulled the car into a space in front of the Lone Pine Diner. The booths by all the windows were filled, and almost all of the people in them looked out at the LAPD car 200 miles from home. He was starved, but knew he needed to talk to Edgar before delaying any further. He took out the cell phone and made the call. Edgar answered after half a ring. "It's me. Did you put the bolo out?" "Yeah, it's out. But it's a little hard to do when you don't know what the fuck is going on, partner." He said the last word as if it was a synonym for asshole. It was their last case together, and Bosch felt bad that they were going to end their time this way. He knew it was his fault. He had cut Edgar out of the case for reasons Bosch wasn't even sure about. "Jerry, you're right," he said. "I fucked up. I just wanted to keep things moving, and that meant driving through the night. I would have gone with you." "I know," Bosch lied. "I just didn't think. I just drove. I'm coming back now." "Well, start at the beginning so I know what the fuck is going on in our own case. I feel like a moron here, putting out a bolo and not even knowing why." "I told you. Stokes is the guy." "Yeah, you told me that, and you didn't tell me anything else." Bosch spent the next 10 minutes watching diners eat their food while he recounted his moves for Edgar and brought him up to date. "Jesus Christ, and we had him right here," Edgar said when Bosch was finished. "Yeah, well, it's too late to worry about that. We have to get him back." "So you're saying that when the kid packed up and ran away, he went to Stokes. Then Stokes leads him up there into the woods and just kills him?" "More or less." "Why?" "That's what we have to ask him. I've got a theory, though." "What? The skateboard?" "Yeah. He wanted the skateboard." "He'd kill a kid over a skateboard?" "We've both seen it done for less, and we don't know if he intended to kill him or not. It was a shallow grave, dug by hand. Nothing premeditated about that. Maybe he just pushed him and knocked him down. Maybe he hit him with a rock. Maybe there was something else going on between them we don't even know about." Edgar didn't say anything for a long moment, and Bosch thought maybe they were finished, and he could get some food. "What did the foster parents think about your theory?" Bosch sighed. "I didn't really spin it for them. But put it this way. They weren't too surprised when I started asking questions about Stokes." "You know something, Harry? We've been spinning our wheels is what we've been doing." "What do you mean?" "This whole case. It comes down to what? A 13-year-old killing a 12-year-old over a fucking toy. Stokes was a juvie when this went down. Ain't nobody gonna prosecute him now." Bosch thought about this for a moment. "They might. Depends on what we get out of him after we pick him up." "You just said yourself there was no sign of pre-med. They're not going to file it, partner, I'm telling you. We've been chasing our tail. We close the case, but nobody goes away for it." Bosch knew Edgar was probably right. Under the law, it was rare that adults were prosecuted for crimes committed while they were juveniles as young as 13. Even if they pulled a full confession out of Stokes, he would probably walk. "I should have let her shoot him," he whispered. "What's that, Harry?" "Nothing. I'm going to grab something to eat and get on the road. You going to be there?" "Yeah, I'm here. I'll let you know if anything happens." "All right." He hung up and got out of the car, thinking about the likelihood of Stokes walking away from his crime. As he entered the warm diner and was hit with the smells of grease and breakfast, he suddenly realized he had lost his appetite. Chapter 52. Bosch was just coming down out of the squiggle of treacherous freeway called the Grapevine when his phone chirped. It was Edgar. "Harry, I've been trying to call you. Where you at?" "I was in the mountains. I'm less than an hour out. What's going on?" "They've got a fix on Stokes. He's squatting in the Usher." Bosch thought about this. The Usher was a 1930s hotel a block off Hollywood Boulevard. For decades, it was a weekly flophouse and prostitution center until redevelopment on the boulevard pushed up against it and suddenly made it a valuable property again. It was sold, closed, and ready to go through a major renovation and restoration that would allow it to rejoin the new Hollywood as an elegant grande dame. But the project had been delayed by city planners who held final approval, and in that delay was an opportunity for the denizens of the night. While the Hotel Usher awaited rebirth, the rooms on its 13 floors became the homes of squatters who snuck past the fences and plywood barriers to find shelter. In the previous 2 months, Bosch had been inside the Usher twice while searching for suspects. There was no electricity, there was no water, but the squatters used the toilets anyway, and the place smelled like an above-ground sewer. There were no doors on any of the rooms and no furniture. People used rolled-up carpets in the rooms as their beds. It was a nightmare to try to search safely. You moved down the hall and every doorway was open and a possible blind for a gunman. You kept your eyes on the openings and you might step on a needle. Bosch flipped on the car's emergency lights and put his foot hard on the pedal. "How do we know he's in there?" he asked. "From last week when we were looking for him. Some guys in narcs were working something in there and got a line on him squatting all the way up on the 13th floor. You gotta be scared of something to go all the way to the top in a place where the elevator's shut down." "Okay, what's the plan?" "We're gonna go in big. 4 teams from patrol, me and the narcs. We start at the bottom and work our way up." "When do you go?" "We're about to go into roll call now and talk it out. Then we go. We can't wait for you, Harry. We have to take this guy before he gets out and about." Bosch wondered for a moment if Edgar's hurry was legitimate, or simply an effort to get even with Bosch for him cutting him out of several of the investigative moves on the case. "I know," he finally said. "You gonna have a rover with you?" "Yeah, we're using Channel 2. "Okay, I'll see you there. Put your vest on." He said the last not because he was concerned about Stokes being armed, but because he knew a heavily armed team of cops in the enclosed confinement of a dark hotel hallway had danger written all over it. Bosch closed the phone and pushed the pedal down even harder. Soon he crossed the northern perimeter of the city and was in the San Fernando Valley. Saturday traffic was light. He switched freeways twice and was cruising through the Cahuenga Pass into Hollywood a half hour after hanging up with Edgar. As he exited onto Highland, he could see the Hotel Usher rising a few blocks to the south. Its windows were uniformly dark, the curtains stripped out in preparation for the work ahead. Bosch had no rover with him and had forgotten to ask Edgar where the command post for the search would be located. He didn't want to simply drive up to the hotel in his slickback and risk exposing the operation. He took out his phone and called the watch office. Mankiewicz answered. "Mank, you ever take a day off?" "Not in January. My kids celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah. I need the OT. What's up?" "Can you get me the CP location on the thing at the Usher?" "Yeah. It's the parking lot at Hollywood Presbyterian." "Got it. Thanks." 2 minutes later, Bosch pulled into the church parking lot. There were 5 squad cars parked there along with a slickback and a narc car. The cars were parked up close to the church so that they were shielded from view of the windows of the usher, which rose into the sky on the other side of the church. 2 officers sat in one of the patrol cars. Bosch parked and walked over to the driver's side window. The car was running. Bosch knew it was the pickup car. When the others grabbed Stokes and the usher, a radio call would go out for the pickup. They would drive over and pick up the prisoner. "Where are they?" "12th floor," said the driver. "Nothing yet. Let me borrow your rover." The cop handed his radio out the window to Bosch. Bosch called Edgar on Channel 2. "Harry, you here?" "Yeah, I'm coming up." "We're almost done." "I'm still coming up." He gave the radio back to the driver and started walking out of the parking lot. When he got to the construction fence that surrounded the Usher property, he went to the north end, where he knew he would find the seam in the fence the squatters used to get in. It was partially hidden behind a construction sign announcing the arrival soon of historic luxury apartments. He pulled back the loose fence and ducked through. There were 2 main staircases at either end of the building. Bosch assumed there would be a team of uniform officers posted at the bottom of each, in case Stokes somehow slipped through the search and tried to escape. Bosch took out his badge and held it up and out as he opened the exterior stairwell door on the east side of the building. As he stepped into the stairwell, he was met by 2 officers who held their weapons out and at their sides. Bosch nodded, and the cops nodded back. Bosch started up the stairs. He tried to pace himself. Each floor had 2 runners of stairs and a landing for the turn. He had 24 to climb. The smell from the overflowing toilets was stifling, and all he could think about was what Edgar had told him about all odors being particulate. Sometimes knowledge was an awful thing. The hallway doors had been removed, and with them the floor markings. Though someone had taken it upon himself to paint numbers on the walls of the lower landings, as Bosch got higher, the markings disappeared, and he lost count and became unsure what floor he was on. At either the 9th or 10th floor, he took a breather. He sat down on a reasonably clean step and waited for his breathing to become more regular. The air was cleaner this high up. Fewer squatters used the upper floors of the building because of the climb. Bosch listened, but he heard no human sounds. He knew the search teams had to be on the top floor by now. He was wondering if the tip on Stokes had been wrong, or if the suspect had slipped out. Finally, he stood and started up again. A minute later, he realized he had counted wrong, but in his favor. He stepped up onto the last landing in the open door of the penthouse, the 13th floor. He blew out his breath and almost smiled at the prospect of not having to climb another set of stairs when he heard shouts coming from the hallway. "There! Right there! Stokes, no! Police! Free—" 2 quick and brutally loud gunshots sounded and echoed down the hall, obliterating the voices. Bosch drew his gun and quickly moved to the doorway. As he began to peek around the jam, he heard 2 more shots and pulled back. The echo prevented him from identifying the origin of the shots. He leaned around the jam again and looked into the hallway. It was dark, with light slashing through it from the doorways of the rooms on the west side. He saw Edgar standing in a combat crouch behind 2 uniformed officers. Their backs were to Bosch, and their weapons were pointed at one of the open doorways. They were 50 feet down the hall from Bosch. "Clear!" a voice yelled. "We're clear in here!" The men in the hall raised their weapons up in unison and moved toward the open doorway. "LAPD in the back!" Bosch yelled, and then stepped into the hallway. Edgar glanced back at him as he followed the 2 uniforms into the room. Bosch walked quickly down the hallway and was about to enter the room when he had to step back to let a uniform officer out. He was talking on his rover. "Central, we need paramedics to 41 Highland, 13th floor. Suspect down, gunshot wounds." As Bosch entered the room, he looked back. The cop on the rover was Edgewood. Their eyes locked for just a moment, and then Edgewood disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. Bosch turned back to view the room. Stokes was sitting in a closet that had no door. He was leaning back against the rear wall. His hands were in his lap, one holding a small gun, a .25 caliber pocket rocket. He wore black jeans and a sleeveless T-shirt that was covered with his own blood. He had entry wounds on his chest and right below his left eye. His eyes were open, but he was clearly dead. Edgar was squatted in front of the body. He didn't touch it. There was no use trying for a pulse, and everybody knew it. The smell of burnt cordite invaded Bosch's nose, and it was a welcome relief from the smell outside the room. Bosch turned around to take in the whole room. There were too many people in the small space. There were 3 uniforms, Edgar, and a plainclothes Bosch assumed was a narc. 2 of the uniforms were huddled together at the far wall, studying 2 bullet holes in the plaster. One raised a finger and was about to probe one of the holes. "Don't touch that," Bosch barked. "Don't touch anything. I want everybody to back out of here and wait for OIS. Who fired a weapon?" "Edge did it," said the narc. "The guy was waiting for us in the closet and we—" "Excuse me, what's your name?" "Phillips." "Okay, Phillips, I don't want to hear your story. Save it for OIS. Go get Edgewood and go back downstairs and wait. When the paramedics get here, tell them never mind. Save them a trip up the steps." The cops reluctantly shuffled out of the room, leaving only Bosch and Edgar. Edgar got up and walked over to the window. Bosch went to the corner farthest from the closet and looked back at the body. He then approached the body and squatted down in the same spot where Edgar had been. He studied the gun in Stokes's hand. He assumed that when it was removed from the hand, OIS investigators would find the serial number had been burned away by acid. He thought about the shots he had heard while on the stairway landing. 2 and 2. It was hard to judge them by memory, especially considering his position at the time. But he thought the first 2 rounds had been louder and heavier than the second 2. If that was so, it would mean Stokes had fired his little popper after Edgewood had fired his service weapon. It would mean Stokes had gotten off 2 shots after he had been hit in the face and chest, wounds that appeared instantly fatal to Bosch. "What do you think?" Edgar had come up behind him. "It doesn't matter what I think," Bosch said. "He's dead. It's an OIS case now." "What it is a closed case, partner. I guess we didn't have to worry about whether the DA would file the case after all." Bosch nodded. He knew there would be wrap-up investigation and paperwork, but the case was finished. It would ultimately be classified as closed by other means, meaning no trial and no conviction, but carried in the solved column just the same. "Guess not," he said. Edgar swatted him on the shoulder. "Our last case together, Harry. We go out on top." "Yeah. Tell me something. Did you mention the DA and about it being a juvie case during the briefing in the roll call room this morning?" After a long moment, Edgar said, "Yeah, I might have mentioned something about it." "Did you tell them we were spinning our wheels, the way you said it to me? That the DA probably wouldn't even file a case on Stokes?" "Yeah, I might have said it like that. Why?" Bosch didn't answer. He stood up and walked over to the room's window. He could see the Capitol Records building, and farther past it the Hollywood sign up on the crest of the hill. Painted on the side of a building a few blocks away was an anti-smoking sign showing a cowboy with a drooping cigarette in his mouth, accompanied by a warning about cigarettes causing impotence. He turned back to Edgar. "You going to hold the scene until OIS gets here?" "Yeah, sure. They're going to be pissed off about having to hump the 13 floors. Bosch headed toward the door. "Where you going, Harry?" Bosch walked out of the room without answering. He used the stairwell at the farthest end of the hallway so that he wouldn't catch up to the others as he was going down. Chapter 53. The living members of what had once been a family stood as points of a hard-edged triangle with the grave in the middle. They stood on a sloping hillside in Forest Lawn, Samuel Delacroix on one side of the coffin, while his ex-wife stood across from him. Sheila Delacroix's spot was at the end of the coffin, opposite the preacher. The mother and daughter had black umbrellas open against the light drizzle that had been falling since dawn. The father had none. He stood there getting wet, and neither woman made a move to share her protection with him. The sound of the rain and the freeway hissing nearby drowned out most of what the rented preacher had to say before it got to Bosch. He had no umbrella either, and watched from a distance in the protection of an oak tree. He thought that it was somehow appropriate that the boy should be formally buried on a hill, and in the rain. He had called the medical examiner's office to find out which funeral home was handling the service, and it had led him to Forest Lawn. He had also learned that it had been the boy's mother who had claimed the remains and planned the service. Bosch came to the funeral for the boy, and because he wanted to see the mother again. Arthur Delacroix's coffin looked like it had been made for an adult. It was polished gray with brushed chrome handles. As coffins went, it was beautiful, like a newly waxed car. The rain beaded on its surface and then slid down into the hole beneath, but it was still too big for those bones, and somehow that bothered Bosch. It was like seeing a child in ill-fitting clothes, obvious hand-me-downs. It always seemed to say something about the child. That they were wanting. That they were second. When the rain started coming down harder, the preacher raised an umbrella from his side and held his prayer book with one hand. A few of his lines managed to drift over to Bosch intact. He was talking about the greater kingdom that had welcomed Arthur. It made Bosch think of Gallagher and his unfaltering faith in that kingdom despite the atrocities he studied and documented every day. For Bosch, though, the jury was still out on all of that. He was still a dweller in the lesser kingdom. Bosch noticed that none of the three family members looked at one another. After the coffin was lowered and the preacher made the final sign of the cross, Sheila turned and started walking down the slope to the parking road. She had never once acknowledged her parents. Samuel immediately followed, and when Sheila looked back and saw him coming after her, she picked up speed. Finally, she just dropped the umbrella and started running. She made it to her car and drove away before her father could catch up. Samuel watched his daughter's car cutting through the vast cemetery until it disappeared through the gate. He then went back and picked up the discarded umbrella. He took it to his own car and left as well. Bosch looked back at the burial site. The preacher was gone. Bosch looked about and saw the top of a black umbrella disappearing over the crest of the hill. Bosch didn't know where the man was going unless he had another funeral to officiate on the other side of the hill. That left Christine Waters at the grave. Bosch watched her say a silent prayer and then walk toward the two remaining cars on the road below. He chose an angle of intersection and headed that way. As he got close, she calmly looked at him. "Detective Bosch, I'm surprised to see you here." "Why is that?" "Aren't detectives supposed to be aloof? Not get emotionally involved? Showing up at a funeral shows emotional attachment, don't you think? Especially rainy day funerals." He fell into stride next to her, and she gave him half of the umbrella's protection. "Why did you claim the remains?" he asked. "Why did you do this?" He gestured back toward the grave on the hill. "Because I didn't think anybody else would." They got to the road. Bosch's car was parked in front of hers. "Goodbye, Detective," she said, as she broke from him, walked between the cars, and went to the driver's door of hers. "I have something for you." She opened the car door and looked back at him. "What?" He opened his door and popped the trunk. He walked back between the cars. She closed her umbrella and threw it into her car and then came over. Somebody once told me that life was the pursuit of one thing: redemption. The search for redemption. For what? For everything. Anything. We all want to be forgiven. He raised the trunk lid and took out a cardboard box. He held it out to her. Take care of these kids. She didn't take the box. Instead, she lifted the lid and looked inside. There were stacks of envelopes held together by rubber bands. They were loose photos. On top was the photo of the boy from Kosovo who had the 1,000-yard stare. She reached into the box. "Where are they from?" she asked, as she lifted an envelope from one of the charities. "It doesn't matter," he said. "Somebody has to take care of them." She nodded and carefully put the lid back on. She took the box from Bosch and walked it back to her car. She put it on the back seat and then went to the open front door. She looked at Bosch before getting in. She looked like she was about to say something, but then she stopped. She got in the car and drove away. Bosch closed the trunk of his car and watched her go. Chapter 54. The edict of the chief of police was once again being ignored. Bosch turned on the squad room lights and went to his spot at the homicide table. He put down 2 empty cardboard boxes. It was late Sunday, near midnight. He'd decided to come in and clear out his desk and files when no one else would be around to watch. He still had one more day in Hollywood Division, but he didn't want to spend it packing boxes and exchanging insincere goodbyes with anyone. His plan was to have a clean desk at the start of the day and a 3-hour lunch at Musso and Frank's to end it. He'd say a few goodbyes to those who mattered and then slip out the back door before anyone even knew he was gone. It was the only way to do it. He started with his file cabinet, taking the murder books of the open cases that still kept him awake some nights. He wasn't giving up on them just yet. His plan was to work the cases during the downtimes in RHD, or to work them at home alone. With one box full, he turned to his desk and started emptying the file drawers. When he pulled out the mason jar full of bullet shells, he paused. He had not yet put the shell collected at Julia Brasher's funeral into the jar. Instead, he had put that one on a shelf in his home, next to the picture of the shark he would always keep there as a reminder of the perils of leaving the safety cage. Her father had allowed him to take it. He carefully put the jar into the corner of the second box and made sure it was held secure by the other contents. He then opened the middle drawer and started collecting all the pens and pads and other office supplies. Old phone messages and business cards from people he had met on cases were scattered throughout the drawer. Bosch checked each one before deciding whether to keep it or drop it into the trash can. After he had a stack of keepers, he put a rubber band around it and dropped it into the box. When the drawer was almost clear, he pulled out a folded piece of paper and opened it. There was a message on it. "Where are you, tough guy?" Bosch studied it for a long time. Soon, it made him think about all that had happened since he had pulled his car to a stop on Wonderland Avenue just 13 days before. It made him think about what he was doing and where he was going. It made him think of Trent and Stokes and, most of all, Arthur Delacroix and Julia Brasher. It made him think about what Gallagher had said while studying the bones of the murder victims from millenniums ago, and it made him know the answer to the question on the piece of paper. "Nowhere," he said out loud. He folded the paper and put it in the box. He looked down at his hands, at the scars across the knuckles. He ran the fingers of one hand across the markings on the other. He thought about the interior scars left from punching all of the brick walls he couldn't see. He had always known that he would be lost without his job and his badge and his mission. In that moment, he came to realize that he could be just as lost with it all. In fact, he could be lost because of it. The very thing he thought he needed the most was the thing that drew the shroud of futility around him. He made a decision. He reached into his back pocket and took out his badge wallet. He slid the ID card out from behind the plastic window and then unclipped the badge. He ran his thumb along the indentations where it said, "Detective." It felt like the scars on his knuckles. He put the badge and the ID card in the desk drawer. He then pulled his gun from its holster, looked at it for a long moment, and put it in the drawer too. He closed the drawer and locked it with a key. He stood up and walked through the squad room to Billett's office. The door was unlocked. He put the key to his desk drawer and the key to his slickback down on her blotter. When he didn't show up in the morning, he was sure she would get curious and check out his desk. She'd then understand that he wasn't coming back. Not to Hollywood Division, and not to RHD. He was turning in his badge, going Code 7. He was done. On the walk back through the squad room, Bosch looked about and felt a wave of finality move through him. But he didn't hesitate. At his desk, he put one box on top of the other and carried them out through the front hallway. He left the lights on behind him. After he passed the front desk, he used his back to push open the heavy front door of the station. He called to the officer sitting behind the counter. "Hey, do me a favor. Call a cab for me." "You got it. But with the weather, it might be a while. You might want to wait and—" The door closed, cutting off the cop's voice. Bosch walked out to the curb. It was a crisp, wet night. There was no sign of the moon beyond the cloud cover. He held the boxes against his chest and waited in the rain. Author's note. In 1914, the bones of a female homicide victim were recovered from the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. The bones were 9,000 years old, making the woman the earliest known murder victim in the place now known as Los Angeles. The tar pits continue to churn the past and bring bones to the surface for study. However, the finding of a second homicide victim mentioned in this book is wholly fictional, as of this writing. This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of City of Bones, written by Michael Connelly and read by Peter J. Fernandez. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.